Schnabel says we will get back to 2% target in a sustainable manner next year. At 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Villeroy.
Morning, guys. I don't know why I have this weird feeling, but I do think that our action probably looks something like this today. Where we don't take out these highs from our gap down. We were looking for the gap down. Talked about it a lot yesterday. We got our bounce where we wanted as well, but I think that the market probably consolidates here for today until after ER, and then we figure out what we want to do. But kind of keeping this idea in mind that the 640 to like 615 is our pivot for the day to let us know. 640 being our ETH low, which we're testing now. We've got a offside seller at 630, which we need to get below. But I do think that if this area can't hold that we're trading in right now, that we more than likely retest lows. Kind of the ideal idea right now.
ECB Schnabel says headline inflation is to remain a bit bumpy due to energy.
So we'll see if we can hold. Again, there's not really a great setup here for me personally until we get the look below and show this weakness. As right now, this is our bounce point where we could just need to chop up here and retest our highs again before we do this. So keep that in mind that I do need to see this look below first before we have any sort of confirmation.
ECB Schnabel says core inflation is more informative for the medium term. It's 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We expect comments from ECB's Villeroy.
Retesting our lows here. Again, pathwise, like I do think that we're probably balanced here. Retest our lows from the day. Testing into that zone that we just talked about. See if we get the look below and then the rotation back down.
And Schnabel says the euro area economy has been slowing. Traders pair Bank of England rate cut bets and see less than 100 basis points by 2025 end. And Schnabel says the labour market is showing signs of softening. Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Villeroy. Expect wage growth remains high this year and rather bumpy.
$25 seconds until new 15s. We are really watching this 16 edge at our value low here on NQ. We want to see if sellers can get below this for a full retrace of our open. We're looking for this downside move back down to our previous day value low as a first target if we can hold below our value. What's up, Candlestick? Have any pivots that I'm watching? I think it's an inside day today, Ty. I'm just keeping an eye on our value edge to ETH low right now on NQ specifically. ES bounced VWAP, and we got a bit of relief, and we're just into our halfway backs now across the board on ES, RTY, and NQ. On our previous 15-minute candle. Just waiting to see what happens here before I do anything. But I do think that we'll probably need to come back down to test our lows. I don't see us breaking out today. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense to me. But this edge at 16s is just like our value high, so I'm looking to see if we can enter back in here and then rotate back down to POC where we bounced from this fixed range here. Something like this. As of right now, right, where we bounced the value edge high, but I don't know why we would break out with all of the ER that we have coming up. So I'm kind of just hoping that this consolidates here, and then maybe we get the move down, something like this, or this fails here, and then we get the look below, and then the hold, and then we rotate through, and this will be probably the big trade that I take today. But as of right now, this bit of relief makes a lot of sense. I just don't know how much higher we go. They've got a decent pivot above us at 650. So I think that'll be kind of my level in the sand here, 650, and then a below 615 for continuation down. But I do expect it to be an inside day. That could change, but I don't see anything that tells me otherwise, where we have XLF now attempting to break outside of the 1 hour range, and we have XLK, our tech names, back inside the 1 hour range, bouncing our lows and now rejecting. So it's a very balanced market with growth names pushing down and our defensive names getting a bit more room again. What's up, Minnie? Appreciate it. Glad you're checking us out again. So again, just keeping an eye on this 650. See if we can get over it. I'm again, I don't know if it's going to be a great day for trading, but we'll see.
ECB Schnabel says data today is first indication that we have reached a turning point.
think there might be potential for a short as we push back up into 6150, our POC shift. I don't know how much of a move that is going to offer, but I do expect that to be resistance above us. This 61 to 70 above on NQ is where I'd expect offer to be sitting. We'll need to see that become supportive on a look above and then a rebid, right? Like a hold, or let us know if we're going to retest our highs. But for me, this makes sense as our mid pivot. Again, we would want to see something like this for longs, a look above and then a hold. Very clear flagging pattern. Should look for someone to try to squeeze over. For shorts, I'm going to be looking for the same thing, but on the opposite side, with 60s going offer and then looking down again, where we take out this high, tag it, trap someone off sides, and then push back down. Again, I do expect this to be an inside day today, so it's just going to be a rotation between our highs, looking back into this, and then rotations back down to our lows. I don't know why we would break out today, but I've seen crazier things happen. So if we do break, I'll look for it. But until then, my idea is that we will be balanced within our high and our low of the day. Yes, into our
Schnabel says
POC.
geopolitical risks have
So
increased
far rejecting.
significantly. And Schnabel says a major worry is protectionism in light of the US election.
Well, needs to be shifted on ES.
And Schnabel says I should expect more frequent supply side shocks, which will have an impact on inflation.
There's your full move on NQ into our value high, top of our balance from our hold of our 60. I think you need to be risking off until you can see this go supportive. It's just only makes sense. So from here, what do we need to do? Well, we need to either look above and show a willingness to hold here, or we're going to look above, fail, and then rotate back down. So just keeping an eye on our value edge above us now. Can we build above this 85.90 to make it supportive to retest our previous day POC? And then if that can go supportive, right, like your breakout idea is, oh, okay, we're holding POC and we should be rotating back up to our value edge from yesterday, right, into these highs. And that would kind of counter my idea of a balance day. So this will be an important move if we do get something like this, if we retrace the previous day's auction and make that supportive. The idea that would most likely occur if it is a balanced day for me is, again, a failure at our value edge and then a rotation back through this range. So just keep that in mind that we do expect this to be kind of a D, developing D profile on the day.
Schnabel says we're soon getting closer to the neutral rate.
Retesting our pivot again here at a POC on NQ. Yes, perfect rejection of our high edge. Trying to look back below POC now for the rotation. RTY at resistance here for downtrend. Expect our first little bit of relief here into 50s. So that'd be your first PT if you are with me on this short idea understanding. And then your final rotation would be down into 35 just as your secondary target, back down to VWAP. But expect a little bit of relief here into day open at 650. We're watching for ES to make a lower high here on this rejection of our resistance. And then we're looking for a pushback down through this range. Up at him. So far seeing that bit of relief at 50s. We're looking for a lower high. We're going to get that downside continuation. I am unsure as of yet. But the reversion to view up makes a lot of sense to me. an idea. And 35 would be your first risk off from 50s if you did look for that as an offer. I think there's a strong potential that we chop from this 30 to like 690 for a bit. And if we can start to show a clear hold of us developing below this pivot here on NQ, that we then build in like this lower quadrant on the day. But as of right now, right, we're still like our halfway back, so not a lot here until we do see that look below and hold. Right now, we're just watching to see if sellers can shift value from the highs, right? Like this pivot's very clear. And then we're looking for this to now become our offer. And if they can do that, then we can look to see if they'll develop it out like this for another rotation. If not, then it's just going to be another balanced trade between this auction, low and high. Delete some of this. I don't want it to get messy.
ECB's Villeroy says the ECB does not have to react to short-term deviations from inflation target under medium-term orientation.
Good look above on ES. We'll see if this can hold over value. Watching our edge here on NQ. Seeing if we can break the highs. Looks like 70-75's offer. We'll see what happens. I don't think 50 was a bad scalp. I just think the move was better from the initial resistance that we had marked and then playing down into it. We know that there's liquidity at that 35 being VWAP, and until we can get below it, there's not a ton more there. Right? It's just the middle of our range. As of right now, we're just building in the upper quadrant of our range right now. Right? This being our range high, this being our range low. And so now it's just a matter of how much are we going to be able to push from the hold of POC and a hold of our VWAP, and how much are we of move are we going to be able to get above these highs, if any. If the idea is that we expect it to kind of be a choppy range day, where our highs are holding and our lows are kind of holding, then we want to be watching our edges pretty closely for any sort of excess that builds outside of it and then rotations through, understanding that there's not a ton of structure to play off of in between. And so the trades are going to be far in between. Like we want to really be utilizing these edges and then looking for lower highs or higher lows and then taking what we can get, but really trying to execute most of our positions into these edges. And then if we take, I mean, it's 20 points is 20 points,
ECB
15
Schnabel says we
points
do not think
for
there is
this
any
one,
need
I
to react
guess. But
immediately in the US elections.
like we're just not seeing the excitement that we need for
We
like a
have
true
run
breakout
scenarios on the US elections.
or a breakdown. There's just you got to have someone trapped. So if you don't see someone trapped, then kind of expecting more is going to be hard to get, I guess is the best way to put it, right? Because we don't have an accelerator. So it's just going to be like a value to value trade. Without that accelerator, we no room for expansion. I think that might be a good way to look at it. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some decent setups today. Again, I think like taking out looking below 30s and holding is probably going to result in a rotation to take out our lows on the day and then a rotation back up. But we still have to
UK
objectively
money
do that
markets now
first
show a
before that can happen.
48%
As of right
chance of
now,
further 25 basis point Bank of England
we're
rate cut in December versus 63% earlier in the day.
we are building higher lows, right? And we have to keep that in mind that buyers are holding higher lows and are trapping sellers. So far we've got this guy who's trapped here, right, into our 30, 40, 30, 40 middle of range. And then we're trying to trap someone here. If they can hold this, then we can come up and retest our highs again. If this fails, we'll look for sell side to be able to push us back below 60s for a rotation back down to our 40. But again, very passive right now. Just kind of chilling until I see something with a bit more. Yeah, it's holding its value edge so far. It's not bad. It's a good sign, but other than that, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why it would. We'll see. As long as we're holding value edge, there's potential to trade up to ADR up at 92s. Um, that's kind of my only thing that I can see. Other than that, I just feel like we trap and then we rotate back through. We'll see if we get a continuation, right? We need buyers to be able to now hold here at our value edge, flag this out. We see a clear bid and then push. We'll look for 92 on ES. If not, we're going to look at this as buyers attempting for expansion on a day that doesn't really make sense to have expansion. And then they're going to get absorbed here. And then we rotate back inside value for rotations back down. That's kind of my view. Again, we've got so many ERs. And we gap down overnight, so I don't know. But if we hold value edge, there's no ifs or buts, right? Like that's a great sign of expansion if this can maintain its buyer value for a shift.
ECB's Villeroy says it's too early to declare victory over inflation, although victory is in sight.
There's such a real lack of interest up here. You see what I mean? I don't know. Odd. 20 seconds until new 15s. We're watching to see if 60s can continue to hold on NQ or if we get the look below and hold for the rotation back down. We did hold our value edge on NQ, offering another great opportunity, but we are trapped in between our two pivots right now. ES is just on its way back down to our value low edge, just rotating, trying to flag and build out here. Yeah. Yeah, there's just like a real lack of interest. You get like context matters a lot. See if we get a bid though into our value edge on retest here for ES as NQ retest POC. That's really the only thing that I'd be looking for like buyers to show that value shift. If not, then again, I just expect a rotation back down like I've been talking about. Like they really have to show for me to like change my higher time frame perspective, they would need to show like a very clear bid. I don't know, today and tomorrow just feel so um what's the word? Mm, pointless, maybe is a good word. Like I really don't think anything that we do for the next 2 days is gonna matter, and it's gonna be positioning for ERs, if that makes sense. So to me, like it would make sense for us to range if that context is true. If we're waiting for ERs, then we should be kind of like just rotating between value in while we wait for that to come out. If it's already priced in, right, then maybe sure we can get something, or if there's some sort of insider information that's been pushed out already. But I don't know. I got to see something real. No, and I want to like make sure it's clear. Like I'm not saying that we've topped out on the market. I just think that we're waiting for ER before we go for holds of new highs. What's up, Julian? It's holding so far. See if we can get over. Was I expecting a gap down because of XLK failed to close above top of range? No, that is not the reason why, but that did add context for why we were looking for the rotation down. I just thought we were taking out the highs and then needing to come back down to retest demand. That's all. I don't when we get breakouts on higher time frame, a lot of the time it does not a straight shot up and then we hold. That doesn't make any sense. So when we get new highs, we get larger pullbacks and then we have to confirm new demand and then we can go for continuations higher. So when we take out and break, right, we have a break of structure. We expect this to look above and then come back down, but hold a higher low. That's kind of the idea is like you don't want to be longing new highs 90% of the time. It's a bad idea, right? So when we get those like looks above, I'm looking for pullbacks to a new demand that's been made. So like when a general rule of thumb is when you get price action, and, it looks like this, where we kind of like come up, and then we bid, and then let's say we take out the highs. I'm going to be looking for pullbacks like this before we get breakout and continuation, but we're looking to break these highs, and then we're looking to show a new valid area of demand, right? Now that we've taken out supply, I want to see a higher low then build off of that. And that's how you get like a channel up, right? It's you break the highs, we then show interest at a higher low, and then we get continuation, and then we get like new market structure, right? Where this is now developing and this continues onward. That's really it. And it just didn't make sense to break out and hold unless like ERs were going to be some like crazy out of this world thing. It's the same reason we found this level. Shit, I kind of adjusted this chart quite a bit. But it's the same reason we were looking for take out the lows and then push. When we did come back up into this is like we pushed up into these highs and then we've created a new demand here at our shift of value, and we were looking for this low to be taken for an immediate bid and push up. And so we're looking for the same thing again here, where this low was taken, and then we were able to push up. And now, again, we're looking for something pretty similar, which is we want to see either a pushback into this demand area again, or a higher low, which would be probably something like, I don't know, this, right? And then we're just going to rotate between here and here today, would be my guess. But like if this then holds, then we have a higher low again, right? And then all of a sudden you have this channeling up effect that happens where we're taking out the highs. We're showing interest above previous value high, right? Our previous supply by taking it out, and then we're building at a higher low, and that gives a continuation. But that's just like just like a structure thing. Like we don't just get, it is very unusual to get breakouts, that gap, and then we never have to retest previous structure. Like doesn't happen all that often. And those moves that it does happen on are poor. Is it helpful that we have context where XLF, our financial sector, and our tech sector, XLK, have just been rotating in this 1 hour range? Yeah, I mean it's helpful because it gives us context of like where we are in our rotation for QQQ SPY, but it's not really there's not much to really say here because we have all of our tech names reporting. So like I can't like predict what's going to happen based off of that unless everything's already priced in on XLK, which I don't know. I just can't be like that's not a trading strategy. I don't play ER, and so I'm not basing my entire trading idea and philosophy off of ER moves. But what we can do is understand where value is on the higher time frame charts and see if they're going to participate there, right, with a higher time frame structure, and then be ready for buyers to interact or sellers to interact in those areas. But I'm not going to give like predictions on where I think Microsoft goes or how that affects the market. It's just pointless. It's the same reason why I think we balance probably today. Like, why else? Why wouldn't we? Everything else is like too speculative. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how helpful that was, but I hope that we're seeing why and like my kind of my theory playing out. Just like there's just no real clear buyer yet that is willing to pop the highs outside of value. And we'll see what happens here on NQ into our 80 level. This is kind of your last chance for buyers. But if not, then we're just going to do this rotation again, right? We want to get below 50s and then make 30s support resistant on NQ. We've got a passive buyer willing to absorb right now into this 50. RTY went up to ADR and rejected. Looks like it's just rotating between ADR and our VWAP. I also want to just add that when the market looks like this, where we're wicking like this 3,000 times, but we're doing our rotations, I'm either going to just hold from our edge and then play it down without taking profits, or I'm not trading it at all. Like, it's just so not worth scalping markets that look like this. Like, this is hell when we do all of this wicking. I'm looking for a clear off-sided player and then acceleration. So when we have a higher time frame pivots, like we talked about, where we know someone's here and we're expecting reversion, it makes sense to be playing these edges. And then everything in between is like, yeah, we can take a little risk off, but like our overall idea has not shifted at all that we highlighted earlier. Which is like this high holds and this low is going to hold, and we're just going to rotate in between. New 15's opening here in a second. Testing 50s now. Back to our VWAP here in NQ, full rotation from our value edge to VWAP mean reversion. Watching to see if ES can now hold below 80s for this offer and rotation back down to 70s for about 10 points. Just following our pathing. Again, just zero willingness to really build above our value edge. chopped for a second, and then rotated right back down. We're now watching to see if it'll traverse. RTY almost back down to the bottom of our range, which it is currently rotating through. Right, this is our ADR high, and we are rotating back down to our VWAP low. NQ has already done this rotation where we held our value high edge, found our resistance below POC, and have now rotated back down to our ETH low and VWAP, where we took profit originally. We'll see if 50s can stay offer. If not, then we're just going to be doing this rotation right back up into POC, up at the 60 to 70. If we can hold here, up below, I'm going to be looking for this to rotate and come back down into our 16 to 20 area. Just full auction and rotation of our value. There's currently a passive buyer attempting to absorb into 40 to 50. We'll see if they can hold. If not, then again, I think that we come back down to that 615 pretty clear cut. But this is, of course, always going to be our risk off at VWAP on a range-bound reverting day. Until VWAP goes resistance, we should be looking at that as our just push right back down to our mean, and then we are going to rotate around this level. I don't have a ton of information to trade off of this candle so far, but really just keeping an eye on if this 50 to like 60, really 50 to 55 holds offer on this retest. That'll be important to know if we need to rotate back up into our POC above, or if we can hold a shift of value here at 55.50 at our day open. Again, so far it's the same as before, where we're just bouncing at this like 35.40. We're looking to see if sellers can shift value below this for the full rotation. If they build above 50, then we should just expect the rotation back up to our POC. Just as before. Keep an eye on RTY as it comes into VWAP to give us an idea if this is just going to oscillate again. Or if we see a shift where we start to build below this. Should expect relief if RTY does hold and want to rotate this between ADR and VWAP area. ES, no change. Looked back into our value and is now trying to hold below POC for this rotation back down to VWAP. Buyers are going to desperately try to get us back over this edge and push like this. Sell side desperately is going to try to defend our value edge now to trap again and then lead downward. Action is choppy and slow. Just got to wait for someone to initiate for us to have any sort of edge. If you're not already in from the value shifts from higher, you got to be patient. 45 seconds until new 15s. Holding our 40 edge here. POC holding us supportive on new 15. As of right now, to me, looks like we have to retest POC above on NQ. We'll see what happens. Still a bit more time. RTY still has not come down to test VWAP fully. ES holding POC as resistance. But NQ is trying to find a bid here at 50s. Please break. What's up, club? Retesting ETH low here again on NQ. Need to look below and hold, or this is going to continue to bid. RTY is finally pushing down into our VWAP. ES halfway to it from our rejection of POC. Do you see anything good setting up? I mean, I think we're just balanced on the day. I've been telling these guys all session as soon as I hopped on that. Um, just don't really see a reason for breakout. I figured we would trap into the highs above value and then shift back down to our value low. So that's kind of what I'm playing right now. Other than that, no, not really. Just don't know why there would be a good setup other than like playing our value edges, understanding that the market's in balance, waiting for ER. So like if you're willing to take risk at those edges, there's probably something, but Until we see a willingness to kind of transact outside of the opening high and the gap down low, uh, just expect kind of the market to rotate there for the rest of the day. I mean, you've got so much ER coming up. Like, who the hell's breaking out for new highs before that? Unless to trap to short. ETH low still holding, bidding, playing around between POC and ETH low. Russell held our VWAP and bounced. ES holding POC as resistance, but consolidating. I don't really see much here on ES. I think we'll probably push into 81, 84 area if we look over this high here at 79s. Just watch to see what happens here again into our halfway back. If offer is willing to continue to hold, then there's no change. But if it does, then I'm just going to be looking for a rotation back up the value high before we get another sell. So again, context is really important here. We've got to be aware of the higher low, and we're looking to see if this pops into this and then traps again for one more rotation down, or if this was enough with Russell. I'm unsure yet, but RTY can add fuel here for ES if it wants to break downtrend and get over our trend view up. At 35s. Not on this attempt. I mean, it's small. Yeah, there's like a small, but nothing major. Like, there's definitely a slight imbalance. It's like 50 contracts, 40 contracts. I don't know. I just want the test into value lows. That's all I want. We can figure it out from there. Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at NVIDIA. I haven't used it for a comparison today, but we can definitely do that. NVIDIA looks like it's just respecting our PVC levels quite a bit. Turn on our volume profile. Yeah, I mean, it's just a D profile. It's balanced. Um, we shouldn't be expecting anything in the market unless we can start to see value start to hold as supportive on a very clear retest, and then we can get continuation higher. Should be looking for excess to form in our edges here, right, in our tails. Where these don't hold, and then we look to rotate and come back down to POC, which is our orange line. If our orange line ever goes resistant, right, we're going to be looking for the market to then build excess into our lows, and then we'll look for rotations back up. But yeah, I mean, there's not a ton here. We're just going to be watching our value edge here to see if sellers get trapped, and then we rotate back down, right? Yeah, I mean, everything here is just PVC. No, I didn't trade this morning, but we did think that it was going to happen. This was our idea into close yesterday. We're looking for this pullback. But other than that, now it's just a waiting game. Personally, I think that we just balance here from our highs and our low. But I did not trade this morning. I had a very late night. I mean, yeah, I can. I mean, it's just the zones, man. So you're gonna be looking for access to build either here or something like here, Grotto, into this, and then we're looking for this to revert again, right? Like there's not much else. Either we're able to hold and build of our value edge, and that takes up to our reversion box, and then we look for a pushback down, or like this edge is just going to maintain. Like I don't know. I don't want to reference this because I don't think that it's a good chart. So no, I'm not going to share it. Like I really want you guys to understand. Like there's no edge here. It's a balanced day. So either you trade the edges of balance, or you don't trade at all. Like I don't know what else to say to you. It's the first thing I said when I got on. Gaming late night? No, just family stuff. Personal life this month has been rough. No, I haven't played any PC games in like a month since was sick with COVID. Diablo? No, I haven't played anything, man. The day I don't show up for work because I was gaming too much is the day that I need to reevaluate my life. If I don't show up for you guys here, it's because I'm sick or because there was a disaster. I never really played Path of Exiles, cause too much going on. The game is like way too overly complex. I'll probably check out PoE 2 um, when it full releases, but I doubt I actually play it. Played BO6. Is that Black Ops? Have they really released 6 Black Opses? That's crazy. I have not played that. I haven't played a Call of Duty game since I was in high school. Oh my god. Yeah, busy and stressed, brother. I am busy and stressed. That is what I am. I just read a stat that New York City has 350,000 millionaires and 60 billionaires in it. Can you believe that? That's crazy. The game is rigged. Another bounce stupid. Come on. 50 seconds until new 15s. Offer is trying to shift to this 35.40. We'll see if they can do it. This is miserable. Watching our ETH low, VWAP as resistance on this retest from NQ. We tagged into our value low. I wanted a bit more, to be honest. So we'll see what happens in the new 15s. That might be all we get. 10 seconds.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $54 counterparties take $228.946 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. The US Defense Secretary says we are closely tracking unprecedented direct military cooperation between Russia and North Korea. US Defense Secretary says North Korean troops wearing Russian uniforms as concerns mount, they will aid the fight against Ukraine.
We are here, just to give context. We need to make this resistance if we're going to keep going down. We did exactly what I thought was going to happen, which is reject these highs, but all we've done is come back down to this low. Until we see the push below 615, this is our bottom of our range, right? I personally, this is what I want to see personally on the day, is I want to see this secondary move to retest our lows. Okay? Understand where we are, though, the same place where we bounced last time, right? We gotta see this look below our ETH low and the willingness to build below here. If we can do that, we can retest our lows on the day. That's the overall plan I have, but we need to see context-wise that actually follow through. We got our hold of our highs, so that part has played. Now it's just a matter of, can we continue? Can we break these higher lows, and can we come back down into our support? Understand why this edge is so important. It is our value high of this auction. This is a fixed range from this low to here, where this chop occurred. We need to see what happened. We need to see us break back in this auction and then rotate back down to POC. If we continue to fail to get back into this, we should be looking at this as our bounce point for rotation back up to these highs, and then we rotate like this, just like we're doing right now. Does that make sense? Why this area matters and what we're looking for if we can get back below? This is all that I presented to you guys today. There's nothing more until we can get below this and start to rotate. What is up, Sauce? Good morning, good morning. This is untradeable? Yeah, I don't think that it's making for great scalping, that's for sure. Yeah, they did, but you can turn it off in settings. What do you think the average age of a person who's doing those surveys is? I'm gonna guess once a month because everyone's gonna be older. But the split, I don't know. Is it if it's the people on Edge that are answering, then probably yeah, like 65A, 70A. If the people in the survey that are answering are all people taking that survey and it doesn't have any like outside sources. 65 plus is also their age. Damn. 80? Okay, yeah. And most people are older who are using Edge. Thank God. Into our 15s here, boys. Holy, took way too long. We want to see a very clear willingness to bid, to offer through this. But this is our pivot where we start to pay attention. I risked off half my position from our edge high into this. Now leaving runners just in case we can get this full move. See if we can get back into our value edge and then retest it as supportive if this is going to hold. If this is going to fail, right, we want to see a sell side really try to defend this value edge for this push down and then continuation. Buyers really want to hold this and then get back over and then bid. All right. Just closed another one here. That does suck. Pushing down into our 580 from earlier. See if there's any reaction here. We have a very clear seller. I think we probably have one more leg down would be my guess. But we are just paying attention because this was this little basing that we saw from the last bounce this morning. So we want to be aware of some relief. Should expect it here. And then if we can offer below, then we should get that one last leg down to take out our lows. So definitely look to risk off a little here into 580. But if we can push below, it should be another 40 points. So far, bouncing. We'll see if Russell can hold this edge now as resistance. ES came down into our bottom pivot. I think 600 is probably going to be a pretty important level. It's where our last major seller was at 600. If we push above that, then it's just coming back into the block up at 615. So 600 is really your lower high if it was going to do it for a shift of value. If not, then it's just going to be a full rotation back up to our previous edge. Understanding context of market and understanding where our edges of value are is how you make money on days like today. It's all about context. Why would we expect market to run? Understanding where a balance high is and then playing off of that and looking for rotations through, right? Like it is key to an understanding. Not all days are the same. Understanding like when to expect balance and when to expect trend is a big step for you to know how you should be interacting in a market. First risk off from 600 offer. Back to 580. Move stops down as we approach the low. Watching 580 for short-term pivot. See if we can build above, or if this holds. If it builds above, we should be able to trade back up to like 600. Watching for rebid, see if 80s holds. It's the only thing that matters if buyers are going to be able to defend, I think. Yeah. If not, they get stuffed here. We understand why we're watching this edge. The last area where we saw like some big old buyers, or sorry, sellers. So it's just like the rotation back up to here where our value edge is, and then these selling blocks. And we have pushed back above our first take profit in the 80s. So it's just like, okay, well, where was the last seller? You can see that on price action as well. Get our sell leg and then our reoffer of that same sell leg. So we're just watching to see if downtrend can maintain. Once we break back over a key pivot, it's like either value is shifted or it has not. And if it hasn't, then we go back up to our previous pivot. Like, logical sense. 50, oh no, never mind. Yeah, no, 50 seconds until new 15s. I'll watch to see if we can hold above POC on candle close. Or if we have to chop here for a little bit. If ES can't get over 62s, there's no break of downtrend. Like at all. Need to see a very clear lift and bid over 62s, and then it can potentially rotate back up to like a 66. But need to see how we open to this new 15 for context. We're basically just like rejecting the 30-second opening range low right now on ES at 862. New 15s have opened, opening right at POC, mixed bag, but holding 80s on NQ. Russell holding our edge low as resistance as of right now. No confirmation either side. Hold of our 80s, flag pushing into 600s now. See if we get anything more or if that's all this move gives. For continuation, we need to see a pretty clear lift above 600s and then a secondary bid. And then we can rotate up into like 25. Until then, we expect offer to be sitting here. I don't think this is a great short level unless we get a look above. And then it comes back down. Right, we need to trap someone. I think it's just a good first risk off if you did play a flag into our highs. But you still want to see someone get offsides here and then a secondary seller step in for this to play. Or you're just shorting a higher low, which is kind of awkward. Do we see how this would be an important level? What is it? It's our reversion edge and our previous day value low, right? So if we can hold here, that's why this context matters. That's a recovery of our auction low from yesterday, right? And then we'd be targeting into that 25 because that's our value low edge for today. Right, so that's the upside move and why it makes sense. We've recovered this edge. We're now looking to build here, and then we'd be rotating back up to our value edge for retest. Why does it matter that we need to see sellers push us back below here and why this is only a good first risk off and not a great short? Is because we're still maintaining these higher lows. There's clearly a buyer who's participating here from our reversion zone, right? So we either want to come back up to our value edge and retest this to then rotate down, or we want to see a very clear hold below previous day value or a shorting opportunity, right? So it's one of these two places you want to attempt.
We expect
Nowhere else.
ECB's Nagel, who gives a speech on Europe in Frankfurt.
Either the secondary move below holding previous day value or our value edge here on today's day, right? So this is your next risk off for longs. I hope context makes a lot of sense here. Like we are balanced. We traded down to our PVZ reversion. We found buyers. We then held our reversion zone and previous day value. We looked for that to rotate, and then we're pushing back up to our value edge and PVZ for target, right? That's the trade. So that's now complete. You have two options now. Hold a runner looking for a recovery of our value for a rotation through today's range, or taking off full risk into this because this is the trade plan off of PVZ, the indicator, right? You got your reversion signal, you rotated to PVZ value low. That's the trade. If you shorted our PVZ value edge, this is your first risk off. Back into the basing here, right? Has to be. And to our anchored VWAP as well. Are we on the same page? I hope so. I don't know. Make sense or you made money? Back to our previous day value edge and our main pivot here. This is secondary PT, right? It has to be. You have to, this has to be PT. Until we can look below, there's no shorting up. Again, you either are taking a short off our main value edge or on a shift below yesterday's value for continuation. There's nothing else here. It is a balanced range based day. Trade your edges. We have two edges of context. We have the recovery of an edge for a bids back up, and now we have our edge as resistance right back down.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Nagel, who gives a speech on Europe in Frankfurt.
Testing previous day value low now. Gotta build below this. Russell holding our PVZ edge as resistance still, no change. Yes, trying to shift below value for the first time now here on retest. Very important if we can hold, right? We got our look into our lower pivot, and now we're retesting this as resistance. We want to see this take out the low if it was going to continue. There's not a great trade here other than attempting the short on the retest of value from the look above and failure. That's all there really is here. You got to wait for either this to build above for bids, or you're looking for the secondary move down. For NQ, we want to see seller offer flip here to resistance for another leg down. If it continues to just kind of chop around, it's just not ready, right? We want to see this value shift from here to here, and now to here. We want these buyers going. We want to retest these lows.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Nagel.
Was it not acceptable? I think it was fine, but I'm already in from our edge above, so it doesn't really matter to me. It's what you want to see, right? At our halfway back. Right, but like the trade for me was this.
So ECB's Nagel says euro area services inflation remains high. We still have some way to go on inflation. The ECB should remain cautious and not to rush on rates. And Nagel says price stability is not far off, but the last stretch of the road still has to be covered.
Shorts are going to get very hard down here as we approach our edge. We are here. just watching our reaction into this, I'm going to call it an LVN, but just back to our POC here, previous candle. Seeing if we can get back a bit over or not. Or if the offer holds there. Testing into it now. 93. It's really like the only place I see a seller is like this 93, 95 area. Don't hold here, then just expect a rotation back up again. It's a pretty big find. Failure to hold, just full rotation back up, back to our resistance here. See if we can get back into value here, or if this is going to remain our range high. Not really interested in any longs until we see a very clear recovery of our value edge. This is just another opportunity for sellers to try to push us back down, right? Got to see a look above and hold. But this is that full rotation. We have seen zero success so far holding below previous day value low and bidding and offering off of it. Zero success. Reversion zone still holding, telling us that we are still within a balanced day. We have a buyer positioning themselves, who positioned themselves at 605. So you'll look for a bid on any sort of retrace here. We'll see if they can hold at 605. Failure at 605 probably results in a rotation back down to 590. So you want to see a secondary buyer here if we were going to break back over value. We're watching for buyers to either be able to kind of position themselves like this and then rotate back over our value edge here for continuation, or we're going to have to fill this gap and then come back and retest and then do the same thing. Russell has entered back in our range. Very important if we can now hold here. Flagging formation for now a full rotation back up to POC. The POC shift. $50 seconds until new 15s. So far, offer held exactly where it did last time. Looking to fill gap here. No look above and recovery of our value level yet. So for me, no personally, no long. Other than that, there's not much else to really say, right? Same thing on ES. Uh, Gotta show a recovery of pivots. Still holding higher lows, but I need to see a recovery of this level for me to want to go long because I didn't go long down here. Same thing on NQ. I closed shorts here, not open longs here. So not much else for me to do. You're either shorting this edge because we understand that this is our seller value, or you're waiting for a bid to happen here, and then we look for secondary move on the recovery of our value level for a continuation up. This is where our buyer was positioning at 605, and we know that there's another buyer at 593. So this makes your, for short targets from our edge, you want to be risking off, understanding that there's buy side liquidity here. Immediate bid off of 93s. Back to our 605. We have filled the gap on NQ. RTY is still holding where it needs to for the flagging formation. Just waiting to see if we can get the recovery. Buyers were where they needed to be. Made for a really great risk off if you shorted our edge high. Just like I talked about. Now it's just about building here.
The White House says if Iran does respond, the US will support Israel. So NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $1.99 a gallon. NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $2.18 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at $2.84. And NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $68.61 a barrel. That's up $1.40 or 2.08%.
Three buyers still here, holding our pivot, still testing into POC at 605, no shift there. Our two levels remain the same. Pretty garbage trading for this area, but the range is holding. Again, I don't really care about this action. It's either going to be a short continuation with 16 to 27 holding offer, or we'll look for a bid on a push above that. Right, like yeah, you have to understand like the greater context here of where we are. Like this is just a bear flag in the sense of if we were going to go for expansion on the day to the downside. I still think that balance is ideal, but you have to understand like this is our sell level, right? So we need to see buyers be able to push over this, get us back in value, and then we can rotate through value. I don't like this low at all. Like I mean, it's fine, right? It is what it is. It's just the day. But we have a trap seller in the lows, so that's fine. But we don't have a very solid bid. Like we have our candle next to it. We immediately pushed off of it, and that was beautiful, right? But we've continued to reject here. Like there's just clearly someone absorbing into it. And so I need to see us push through before I have confidence in anything. Like, yeah, maybe we slow grind up and it is what I personally, for alongside, what I would want to see is this like 3 bar, quote unquote. Pretty god awful 3 bar, but we are holding the lows, and that's what's important. We want to see that push and break these wick highs, and then the next candle. Ideally, we would get something that does this, right? So, oh my god, our next candle would look like this after breaking out of this 3 bar structure. We take out these wick highs, and then we retest this, and then our next candle would look something like this for a continuation back up, right? Where we look above, and then we retrace back to like a POC that's here, and then we continue onward. That would be ideal for the long look. Until then, though, bid, resistance, rotation. Peace, Surf. Peace, Varg. Good job.
And Brent crude futures settle at $72.55 a barrel. That's up $1.43 or 2.01%.
Holy. It's just the slowest grind up. We have so much news tomorrow and so many ERs that are important. Like today is just like if you made money, great job. Just leave. I can't stress it enough. I truly believe that we just oscillate here. This is where we are. We either have one more leg down to retest our lows, or we just rotate back up into our highs, and then that's that. And then I think tomorrow or the day after, we get new highs. I think any dip that's bought, that drops into the zone is going to be bought, and then we go higher. That is. So this might be the low, who knows? But regardless, you don't want to be long into tomorrow. You have jobless claims, you've got 9 different tech ERs. You've got core PCE. It's just a lot. Systems malfunction, computer interrupted. True. Full run rate, Jesus, can't speak. Full range rotation, again, from our sell side liquidity above, failure to get back over value, and rotation back down to our buyer at 93.
Track record in absorbing higher issuance.
See if we can get below
The
this.
market has reacted quite positively to increased issuance after the budget.
Or if buyers can sustain. If we can push below this 90, 95, I think that we rotate back down to 75 as this next target. So you need to see a pretty strong bid here. What do you think about extended hours and how they'll impact the market? I mean, you've got all the ER after hours, dude. I can't give you anything. I think that this is going to be a buy. I think we go up. That's. What do you mean? Are you just asking in general? Oh, you mean the extended trading hours that they're trying to implement?
So, according to Sky News Arabia,
I don't
the
know,
Israeli
man.
Broadcasting Authority says expectations that a ceasefire agreement will be reached on the Lebanese front in the coming days, and the US administration may announce it before the elections.
We have to see what liquidity looks like, because even if they extend the hours, if funds aren't going to be there to trade them, then there's not going to be any more liquidity. So I don't know. I don't have a great answer for you yet. I just got stopped out of half my contracts there into 75. See if we get any continuation. I have 2 contracts left from 613.50. Or to be specific, 613.62. See if we get another bounce here or not. The range be ranging. I'm out one more here. So we push down into 60. I think we keep going, but I'm risking off one into our value low of that candle. I have 1 contract left here. Looking for the full rotation down into 40s. Late night sesh. I don't know, man. I don't think I'll trade it. I barely want to be here now.
So, the EU set to send envoys to China to discuss EV tariff alternatives.
So just context. 'Cause again, like I think a lot of you are still not just like Taking advantage like we are in a ranging market. We know where we're headed. We know we're in balance. Nothing has shifted about that. Our original short was here. We know that this is where the sell side liquidity was and is, right? We're not looking for expansion today. So as we pushed back up, we were talking about how this is going to come back down. We knew this was our mid pivot and that we needed to start to see a sell side offer rotate below this pivot. We can see a very clear shift, right? Where buyers were holding and pushing us back up. We looked into this balance here. I want this to be very clear for you guys so you can see this structurally if you're still struggling with this. We tried to get back in and we failed, right? So we hold bottom of structure and then we rotate down, right? Now we've looked below that buying structure that we had from that last push, right? And what happens? When we look back in, we fail and then we rotate down. So now all we're doing is rotating back through to our lows, which is what the plan was from the morning, right? So we know that this is where we want to be looking for reactions. We want to see buyers present here. We want to be looking for a balanced day because we have a shitload of news tomorrow and we have ERs out the gazoo after hours today and into tomorrow morning. All right, like it's nuts. Why is the market going to move? No, it's just going to balance. So with that understanding, all we're doing is looking for shifts of value and then playing the secondary moves down. We know that this is where that buyer was before. We played this short and played it to the downside. We then saw that this is now constantly rejecting. This is our value low on the day, this red box. Our value low of this auction that took place earlier. If we continue to fail to get back in, there's no longing opportunity here. The long is if we can hold value and then we can rotate through the range back up to our value high. And then we can play this. Until we see that, you have to be risking off any longs into this level. And you have to be looking for shorts where seller value is for rotations down. That's all there is. This is just balance. These extremes that happen outside of our range, you don't trade them. You're looking for opportunities to get back in to then oscillate in the opposite direction. And then you're trading the balance area. Yes? That might annoy you, but like that's your best opportunity to actually make money on a day like today. Did I have the greatest entry in the world? No. Did it matter if I understand that this is resistance above us? No. Because my idea doesn't shift and my risk doesn't shift if I'm looking at this from a higher time frame and I understand that this is resistance. I'm going to add in these areas. I'm going to risk off into our low. I understand that until we find acceptance back above VWAP here, I do not want to look for longs. I understand that the seller is sitting here. I don't care. I will hold this position. I will risk off into the lows and I will be AFK until then. What's up, Grotto? I don't. You linked it. I listened to it, but I don't really listen to Bruno Mars like that. I don't know, man. It's a big ask. I can't just promise you that.
Lebanese Prime Minister also saying we hope for a ceasefire with Israel in the coming hours or days.
Yeah, I can throw you a maybe potentially. Not trying to promise to something that I'm not going to deliver on, you know? You think I'm at the same venue as Bruno Mars? The girls are going to be on me? That's crazy. All right. Well, Russell new low. And QE testing 75s, our first risk off that we had earlier. See if there's a bid here. This area is pretty fishy until I see like a very clear push for low 40s. Like I just am not really gonna participate. I'm gonna leave my runner on and we'll go from there. Buyers continue to absorb at 65s. Looks like we want to retest that area. RTY leading us down. Yeah, short runner. Oh, you might not be watching stream, Sauce. I showed it on stream. I didn't actually put it in chat. Yeah, not bad, huh? What am I doing after this? Ooh, pad thai sounds good. Maybe I'll do that. There's a Korean street food place that opened a block away from me that I've been meaning to try as well. Might do that. Yeah, Korean's so good. They've got like all the fried chicken and the those corn dogs and all of the what is it called? Those noodles that are like extra chewy, the rice noodles. Baki or something, I don't know. In the red sauce. No, not udon. They're not really I don't know if it's really I guess it's a noodle. Let me look it up. Korean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baki or whatever. I don't know. But that would be the first Cavs game I've ever been to, Gerdo, if I went to it with you. Guardians game? Maybe, maybe. Not a big sports guy these days. The Guardians did really well this season, though. Yeah, I forgot the actual name of it. I don't know. I am not very familiar with the Korean language. If it was Chinese, that would be a different story, but just don't have a lot of experience. All right, I'm gonna grab some water. See if we get this break below 70s. Want this full move into 40? I'm just gonna put a stop at 45 just in case we wick down there while I grab water. And I will be right back. All right. There's clearly someone buying here at 70. I don't know if it holds though. It's not like as aggressive as I'd like to see it. I really want the move into 40 and then a look back over 70 and then we can bid. I think that'll be it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. There's 2 minutes left on this candle. A lot can happen in 2 minutes. What's that link is? Is that safe to click? I don't like links that don't pop up with like an image. I don't like non-hyperlinks. Oh, well, that's not very helpful because it's a Korean word. I just don't know the Korean language. Oh, like if it was like a Chinese word, right? Like if it was a Chinese food, cuisine, pronunciation, like part of that culture. I'm just not familiar with Korean language. Yeah, clearly. My doggo finally woke up. Must be nice sleeping in until 3:30 p.m. Jesus. Wait, I'm trying out something new. I have all these like packing blankets that I bought for my move, and I just never used them, so they were still brand new in this box. And there's nothing she loves more than these packing blankets. So I've just made like a nest for her of like 7 of them, and they're heavy duty too. So it's kind of like the perfect dog bed. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like the packing blankets that have like all of the sewing interlaced in it, so that they don't tear. Yeah, kind of. Let me see if I can find them. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, not like the Packrite textile ones, but the ones that are like interwoven. Yeah, these. So I just made like a huge bed of them for her, and she loves it. But why are dog beds not made out of that stuff? You know what I mean? What's going on there? Am I long here? I'm short from 614, Robert. I have one contract left. I don't think longs are terrible down here, but we just haven't seen enough buy side yet to really validate it. I'm looking for one more leg down into 640, but I don't think that this is our chart, Robert. We've had the same idea since I logged on at 10:30. So we'll see what happens. There's clearly someone buying here, but I just don't know if it's going to be a worthwhile ad or if we like chop like this sideways for an hour, right? Like I don't want to tell you to long and then we do nothing. But I think that this will probably be a buying opportunity. This anywhere in this area. That is my guess. You should, Maven. I think that's it. That's the move. Big pet beds don't want you to know about that. They probably already know, but they're not doing it because then you wouldn't buy a second bed when the first one gets destroyed, you know? I'm flat here. Flat, flat, flat.
The White House, on reported Israel Lebanon ceasefire proposal, says there are many reports and drafts circulating. They do not reflect the current state of negotiations.
All right, well, that was a good bid from where we thought it would be. You love to see it. Back up to POC here from the sell side into 75s. See if we can push over 75.82 for a break the downtrend, but liquidity was exactly where we thought it would be. Beautiful. Yeah. Is anyone long here? Was anyone ballsy enough to go long into that low? Holy. Huge. Always been long? Holy shit. No, it's a good recovery, Sandy. You might want to pack it up for the day. Come back to survive another day, you know? Mm. Yeah, this is not great trading. The trading into tech ER and into election is just not great, and it's not going to be something that you're like used to. It feels very different. So you want to be a bit more careful with your positioning and also be sizing down, I think, a bit, just until you get a better feel for it. And you might not get a better feel, you know? It's just not great trading. Not a you thing. The only thing that you can do is not hit execute, right? So if there's no trade, there's no trade. 10 seconds, guys, until new 15s. That's like one of the biggest issues with trading is like you want to be in a position always and you want to be able to find great trades every day, and sometimes it just doesn't happen. And being able to like hold yourself back and to be like, I do not have edge here, right? Like actually say that to yourself and be like, okay, I do not have a great opportunity to make money because I don't understand what's happening and nothing I'm doing is working. And then being able to just like leave, right? Like that's a big step if you can do that. And it's going to save yourself a lot of failed combines. Self-restraint is so big. But I'm glad you had a good recovery there. Remember, it's a marathon, you know? Don't have to do it all in one day. Yeah, and that's exactly what we were looking for, is that we knew that there was liquidity down into those 40s. So it was just like a really good, easy risk off. You want to have a limit set for it because we don't know how fast we're going to be. Just get filled on the limit and then go from there. I personally closed my short into that. I didn't open a long, but it's fine either direction. Nice trade sauce. Yeah, it sucks when you only have one, you know? Imagine if you had 10 micros, though, instead of that one mini. Imagine. I have zero clue what happens here, by the way. So far, it just looks like sell side's winning. We held POC from previous candle. Buyers really attempting to hold here into 60s. But there's not enough context for me to know
1 minute till we get the market on
what
closing
happens.
balance.
So I just want to point that out there. At the end of the day, my idea, I mean, and this is a literal 50-50, but from a structural perspective, if unless something crazy happens, I think that we hold this low in ER and then we pop and break our highs into, I don't know, tomorrow, the day after that. Understand that we have a ton of really vital news tomorrow, and we have a ton of really important tech ERs into the close and into the morning. So a lot can happen, but from a structural perspective, we want this to hold. And as long as this holds, I'm bullish. So that's my ongoing thesis, right? I am not playing
So market
that
on
thesis.
closing balance, the
I'm not
S&P
trading it.
500, a
I'm
buy side of
flat.
300 million. Nasdaq 100, a buy side of 40 million. Dow 30, a sell side of 260 million. And the Magnificent 7, a sell side of 250 million.
I don't trade ER, so the only thing that I can do with the information that I have is close my short into here, right? Because I don't long into ER. I don't short into ER. I don't do anything. So I've just used this as a PT, but I do think that we go up if we can hold here. So I just want to be that clear because I think that having a higher time frame plan is really important to give you context. And it's what fueled my entire strategy for today's
So
trading.
an IMF spokesperson on the UK budget says,
And
we
I hope
note
that you start to
important
use
reforms to
those
strengthen
as
fiscal
well.
framework include shortening the horizon of fiscal rules. And we
I'll let
support
this guy
the
talk.
envisaged reduction in the deficit over the medium term, including by sustainably raising revenue.
We'll help you watch today. Help me get in the position on the bottom. Oh, yeah. I already read that. Okay, good. We have MOC and a few. Actually, did it just happen? Did he not say numbers? Wait, he was too busy talking about something else that he didn't give MOC on close. There it is. I don't think he realizes that it already happened. Kind of funny. Yeah, so I'm not taking any more trades for the day. I'll be here tomorrow though. Do we know when ERs start after hours today? Maybe I hang out with you guys for a bit if they're right after close. And we just watch. Are they right after or are they like 30, 40 minutes after? Mm, earnings whisper. I can't. The earnings whisperer website's broken. Oh, is this broken for all of you guys as well? Does that link work? Yeah, maybe. Expect volatility to close, guys. None of it matters. Like, none of our levels matter. Nothing matters. You've got ERs. You're going to have crazy price action. Just understand where we are.
At 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect earnings from Meta Platforms. Their third quarter 2024 earnings was estimated EPS at $5.17, estimated revenue at $40.14 billion. We also expect earnings from Starbucks, their third quarter earnings, estimated EPS at 84 cents, and estimated revenue at $9.34 billion.
Do not blow up being an idiot here. Please. Just let it be. I beg you. Just let it be. Good trade, Sauce. Sandy, come on now. Yeah, it's pretty good. Basically, nothing to do with it. I think if you were gonna take a lotto, you take a call lotto and a tomorrow. But premiums are pretty juiced. That's just my opinion, though. I don't think there's really too much else here. And it would have to be small size, right? Like it's a lotto that we're into demand. Other than that, I would just leave it be. Don't trade. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll play it. It's fine. But I think calls are the only thing that makes sense. If you're not a member, then I only stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it's usually around 10 o'clock Eastern. But if you're a member, then I stream every day around 10. I don't trade the first 30 minutes of the market. So like 10, 10:30 is usually when I hop on. But there will be no stream tomorrow if you're not in the Discord. But just turn on notifications for our channel, Sandy. And then Monday, Wednesday, Fridays around 10:30 is when you can join us. Should be always around that time, unless something crazy happens.
At 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect Meta's Q3 2024 earnings, estimated EPS at $5.17, estimated revenue at $40.14 billion. We also expect Starbucks Q3 earnings, estimated EPS at 84 cents, and estimated revenue at $9.34 billion. And at 4:10 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect Microsoft's first quarter 2025 earnings, estimated EPS at $3.08, and estimated revenue at $64.43 billion.
Look at this
So
price
Microsoft
action.
first quarter 2025 earnings coming in EPS $3.30, revenue $65.6 billion. That's a
Microsoft.
beat. Sorry, a miss on estimates of $64.51 billion. Cloud revenue $38.9 billion. A beat on estimates of $38.11 billion.
Okay.
First quarter Azure and other cloud services, excluding FX, plus 34%.
Huge. It's big. Who else is after hours today? Microsoft, Meta, Coin. What do you guys want to see? Oh, Starbucks. That's a big one. All right. If you go to that link, Sandy, that'll show our pricing. If you message Darian on Discord, he might be able to give you a promo code. I'm unsure, maybe. But you can talk to him. Sure, he'd be happy to help. Look at the Dom. Look at the ladder and the lack of everything.
Shortly expecting Meta and Starbucks earnings. I'll lead with Meta earnings. And at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of Canada's Macklem and Rogers.
Okay, let's see what happens. I will link it in chat. It's the same place. It's YouTube, but it's a private stream.
Meta
So
earnings
the link will be
coming through.
posted
So
in
EPS
Discord.
$6.03, a beat on estimates of $5.25. Revenue $40.59 billion, a beat on estimates of $40.25 billion. Third quarter family of apps operating income $21.78 billion, a beat on estimates of $20.47 billion. Family of apps revenue $40.32 billion.
All
a beat on
members
estimates
are
of
pinged in the morning,
$39.92
Sandy,
billion.
when I go live.
Reality Labs revenue $270 million, miss on estimates of $312.8 million. Reality Labs operating loss $4.43 billion on the estimated loss of $4.66 billion. Operating income $17.35 billion. That's a beat on estimates of $16.24 billion. Ad revenue $39.89 billion. A beat on estimates of $39.71 billion. So Meta sees fourth quarter revenue at $45 to $48 billion, previously seeing $46.09 billion. They
Okay.
see fiscal year total expenses at $96 to $98 billion, previously seeing $96 to $99 billion. And they see fiscal year capex $38 billion to $40 billion, previously seeing $37 to $40 billion.
Yeah, imagine trying to play that with futures, dude.
And Meta expects fourth quarter
That's why I said
2024
just go with a
growth to be in the
call.
low
Like,
teens,
fuck this.
and sees significant capital expenditures growth in
Just
2025.
die trying to play this. You cannot get indicators on Top Step yet, but we are really trying to work on it. We're trying to make a deal with Top Step right now. It is in the works. We are actively attempting. Most people that are members, Sandy, have a TradingView subscription, or they use TradingView to chart,
So
and then
Starbucks ad
they
revenue
trade on Top Step.
$9.07 billion. That's a miss on estimates of $9.34 billion. International comp sales minus 9%. North America comp sales minus 6%. China comp sales minus 14%.
Oof, 14.
US comp sales minus 6%. And comp sales minus 7%.
Starbucks just needs to come out with bubble tea and they get their China market back. I swear. It's all it would take. I don't know why they haven't done it yet, honestly. They're already making like bubble tea, just without the bubbles. That's what a frap is. The same. They could use the same formula and everything, but just add tapioca balls at the bottom. Yeah, it's just a powder. and ice and water. No, Schwab is not a platform we only offer for TradingView. That's the only platform that we're able to build stuff on. We also have stuff on Ninja, but it's for the easy algos stuff. Has Coin even reported? I don't think so. They're just dying to die.
So at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of Canada's Macklem and Rogers, who speak to senators in Ottawa.
Remember, we also have actual economic news tomorrow morning as well. Core PCE. Like, there's so many catalysts. It's insane. Just get all this out of the way so we can start trading again. Please. What level of trading view do you need? I'm not sure. Let me look into that for you. They recently changed their tier structure, so I'm not too familiar with it. Okay, let me see. I mean, I think the basic one would do it, essentials. I don't see why you would need more than that, unless you want more charts per tab. Then plus would be ideal. So you could have 4 panes. It really just depends on what you want, but 5 indicators per chart is enough. So the lowest tier technically works. You don't need more than 5 indicators. But if you wanted like 4 charts on one monitor on a single tab, then plus would work. You might want to just do, if you're going to do it, I would buy only 1 month. Don't do the yearly, just to see how you feel. Don't overcommit. And then they do massive sales around holidays, and you can probably get it for like 40-50% off. And then I would go for the yearly if you do like the platform during the sale.
So Microsoft says AI contributed 12 points to Azure net growth.
That's so big for Microsoft. Yeah, monthly until you catch a sale is very good advice.
Shortly expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Macklem and Rogers.
Very good advice. All right, well, so far this looks like a nothing burger. I'll stay for like another 5 and then I'm gonna leave. Again, I am flat overnight. I want nothing to do with any of this. MSTR should have died 20 years ago. That is terrifying though for IWM because I think MSTR is like a major stake now, which is so stupid. Like that's such a dangerous gamble for IWM. I feel like Microsoft's ER was really good, was it not? Let's go look at that again. Yeah, they beat revenue, they beat EPS, cloud revenue improved. Uh, intelligent AI cloud revenue improved. All cloud improved, it looks like. Yo, have a good night, Jason. See you tomorrow, man. Hmm.
So Bank of Canada's Macklem opening statement is the exact same as yesterday's.
All right. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to do here. I'll update you guys if anything significantly changes that I see. But I'll just be on tomorrow. Yeah. And Microsoft is flat. I think you're just waiting for earnings call. Meta flat as well. Starbucks down, which is understandable. They lost sales across the entire world. And Coin hasn't reported yet, so I don't know. They're just dipping to dip. But I think the Microsoft earnings call will be pretty important. But my idea hasn't changed, and you've got news in the morning. We'll see what happens. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night.